Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the channel. Welcome to the Late Show, live from Los Angeles. This is your host, Young Brando. Are we ready to talk some watches? I'm going to preview today the Hong Kong auction at Phillips Watches that is coming up at the end of the month. As you know, the spring season has already started in Geneva. It's going to move to Hong Kong, and then finally we'll have some interesting auctions in New York as well. And we're all going to cover them here. If you would like to talk a little bit about the auction results from Geneva earlier this week, yesterday, today, please just feel free to send in your questions. And I will get back to you right away. I'll be here momentarily. Okay, now we're back. John C., welcome back. I'm right here, just putting on my watch, making sure that we are at the right time. You know, I covered the results of the Art of F.P. Jean auction from May 12th, a couple of nights ago. So I'm going to share the link to that if you would like to check it out in your own time. I went through all the 40 lots, meaning the 39 watches and the one pencil drawing by Tamas Feha. This was a very special event by Christie's Geneva, the first auction of this scale they dedicated to a single independent watchmaker. Quite a historic event. Everything sold. And I think the total value of the watches, the total prices realized was in excess of 14 million in US dollars. And that was to the tune of 350,000 per watch in Swiss francs. So quite a strong result, especially considering the environment, the sociopolitical, the geopolitical, and the economic environment that we are in right now, the recession that we are going through right now. It's quite impressive that F. Bergeron watches don't only retain their value, but seem to be still on the ascendance. This was a very special chronometre resonance that I got to try on earlier this month. No, sorry, late last month at the Phillips Los Angeles location. They were previewing some of the lots that they are going to sell in New York in June. That is going to be specifically June 10th and 11th for their Phillips watches New York number 8. And I think this is a great example of how François Bergeron has a certain vision that helps the equity of the brand because he actually cares about the value of his watches. He knows very well the horological value and what they bring to the table in terms of the chronometric precision, in terms of the technological innovations, when that is the case. But he's also very careful about how he manages certain transitions. So if you have cared in any way about the history of the brand, about the history of F. Bergeron, you know that around 2004, they transitioned from brass movements to 18 karat pink gold movements mostly fashioned out of 18 karat pink gold. When he was managing that transition, he had this idea of having a special collection, introducing a limited series to basically say goodbye to brass movements, which nowadays are extremely desirable in their own rights because they are not coming back. The Ruthenium series was made for, produced across 5 models, chronomètre résonance, as you see here, tourbillon souverain, octa-calendrier, which is the annual calendar with retrograde date, octa chronograph, which is a flyback chronograph that preceded the centigraph, a much more classic design, and the octa jour-nuit, which is in fact a Ruthenium series exclusive. Ruthenium series pieces have brass movements, but larger cases in 40 millimeters. So they announce what is to come. And they have this rather monochromatic appearance encased in platinum with a ruthenium dial and a movement itself that is ruthenium plated rather than the rhodium plated, which was then the standard. So I think that's an example of how François Bergeron is very much keenly aware of the importance of properly managing important transitions. Not only did this particular collection secure the value and exclusivity of early brass movement pieces, rewarding the trust and loyalty of the collectors, it also intensified the excitement around the distinction of the new calibers fashioned for the most part out of 18 karat pink gold. As I mentioned, this really achieves a largely monochromatic aesthetic with the ruthenium dial and even from the case back with the ruthenium plated movement matching with the platinum case. A ruthenium collection piece arguably presents a stronger contrast to the warmth exuded by the 18 karat pink gold calibers, especially if those are matched with a pink gold case. In addition to this stark visual appearance, the ruthenium collection also shepherded the advent of the more contemporary 40 millimeter cases, produced in a limited run of 99 pieces in the series. Represents a unique proposition to the collector with its distinctive ethos and exclusive nature. This example of the ruthenium chronomètre Sovereign, one of 99, is coming up on auction at Phillips Watches in New York on June 10 and 11. Let me see. I love Maldives. Just sent a beautiful picture. I hope I'm allowed to share this. Let me actually share. So just so you guys see, this is an example of the platinum with the brass movement in the classic 38 millimeter case. Very beautiful piece. And you see, this is a good way to also observe how the power reserve indicator works. It's kind of the inverse of how everything is indicated and kind of displayed with power reserves. In fact, as you crank it up, that arrow moves up to 0, which means that it's fully wound up, and it falls down as the power is depleted. And this is also a great example on I Love Maldives' wrist, how the phenomenon of resonance works. You see how the seconds hands on the two movements with two separate gear trains and two separate escapements are perfectly synchronized, even as the two dials show different hours and minutes. So it is a watch that you can use perfectly as a dual time watch with the two separate crowns at technically 4 o'clock and 12 o'clock to use for the time. Thank you so much. Yeah, John, I mean, it's it's a shame, yes, that these brands keep raising the retail prices. On the other hand, I have a hard time singling out one brand over another, because without having such special occasions and without necessarily um, being recognized, um, whether in terms of the hype around their pieces or in terms of the horological value they bring to the table, there are a lot of different brands that keep raising their prices, 6, 7 times per year for no apparent reason. So I have a hard time singling out um, FP Jean for raising their prices. Ah, that's great. Right. You can, I mean, yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, you can use it as a kind of chronograph. Absolutely. That's great. So let's move along slowly to the Phillips Hong Kong auction that is going to take part on May 24th and 25th in Hong Kong. Philips watches in association with Batch et Rousseau, as call it, in collaboration. It very much represents, it very much reflects the trend in the last few years where you have a predominance of contemporary pieces, modern pieces that are very much hyped up and that are otherwise unobtainable. Similarly, a lot of pieces by emergent independents. I mean, after all, the centerpiece is a chronomètre contemporain 2 by Recep Recepi, which are also hard to acquire, especially hard to acquire immediately without significant lead times. But there are also a few of the usual suspects when it comes to vintage collectibles or significant and important watches, like these two different versions of sealed 5975s. You'll remember that this is this is a watch that I talk about quite a lot on this channel because it happens to be one of my favorites. Patek Philippe chronographs released for the 175th anniversary of the brand and introduced also as part of the London watch art exhibition that centered around the Saatchi gallery. It's a multimeter scale with a self-winding movement and almost the perfect marriage of a certain vintage-inspired aesthetic with the modernity of contemporary Patek Philippe. So I really like the balance that these strike, and they were made in limited number in all different shades of gold, as well as platinum, which happens to be, unsurprisingly, the most striking example, combining as it does that white metal case with a stunning black dial. So I'm gonna drop the link into the chat. Hey GD, how are you doing, man? Nice to see you. I'm gonna drop the link to the chat for the auction. If you want to take a look, if you want me to pay particular attention to any of the lots, feel free to send in the lot number with a super chat, and I would be more than happy to dive deep into it and provide some significant historical and horological detail. I'll go through them in my own pace. Otherwise, I'll skip over some. I'll maybe spend inordinate amounts of time on some others. But in either case, this will be quite a ride because we have a lot of interesting pieces. Again, mostly contemporary, but also, especially towards the end, as we advance in the lots, more vintage pieces as well. So maybe as I begin, I think I will just start a little poll, maybe, right here. I'll start from the beginning, but if you prefer, so please do vote. And as you vote in this poll, hit the like button as well while you're at it. It really does help. It makes a big difference. I just asked the question, should I focus on the vintage pieces or modern pieces among these lots? I'll actually start with 801, the number one. There are almost 250 lots, so we'll probably spend at least 2 sessions on this. So let me get a head start. 5712 was introduced in 2006 to follow upon 3712. This, in my estimation, is the first complicated Nautilus in earnest. I know people will say 3710 came before. 3710 is a version of the Patek Philippe Nautilus that was introduced in 1998 with this black dial, applied Roman numerals that contained some luminous material, and with a unique power reserve indicator at 12. I guess that counts for something. Technically, the date itself is a complication too, so we can say that 3700 was a complicated watch as well, but that will be just pedantic. I think the combination of the moon phase and power reserve indicator on the 3712, which was followed upon just after a single production year with 5712, announces the real advent of complications in the Nautilus case and has basically paved the way for all these popular watches today, whether we are talking about the travel time, flyback chronograph, a combination of one or the other, the annual calendar, and finally, of course, the perpetual calendar, which is basically the king of the Nautilus line. It's an amazing, amazing piece, 5740 slash 1G dash 001. But right now we are looking at 5712 slash 1A dash 001. It's not as rare as the 3712 because that is very much limited in number and has certain cosmetic differences that I explored in a previous episode at my friend I love Maldives is urging. He has a beautiful example himself of the 3712. 5712 spent a long time in the shadows of the modern Jumbo 5711, the now discontinued 5711. But both the asymmetric dial and the micro rotor movements, to say nothing of the romanticism of the moon phase indicator, the piece soon enough started carving out its own niche and really has its own crew of militants by now. There are many people who very strongly prefer the Nautilus moon phase to the Jumbo pure and simple, to the time and dates version of the Nautilus. A very beautiful, sleek profile, thanks to the micro rotor caliber that is based on 240. This particular example is with the hallmark of Geneva, with the watch coming as it does from year 2008. And here is a sense of how sleek and wonderful this piece is. I mean, it's hard to believe sometimes, but it's actually slightly less thick than the jumbo itself. It's right around 850, 852, whereas the 5711 is 8.6. So um, that makes it preferable to a lot of people. Um, because you have a more complicated watch that ends up being, in fact, less thick. Of course, the OG, the Jumbo 3700 was, I think, around 7.6 millimeters thick. So the if you do prefer that kind of sleek versatility, um, the more maybe discreet elegance of the Nautilus 3700 is the way to go. Um, of course, there's also the option 3800, which is the reduced case size with the centrally deployed with the sweep center seconds as well, which is something that the original Jumbo doesn't have, right? You just have a two-hander. All of this being said, this is lot number one, which comes basically with the full set of its accessories from 2008, and it is in well-preserved condition. The piece has an estimated value of 39,700 to 79,500 in US dollars. $57.11, the modern Jumbo, the Revival. Everything is classic. Integrated bracelet, all in stainless steel with the blue gradient dial with the horizontal ribbing. Date at 3 o'clock and three-hander this time, unlike the 3700, with the sweep center seconds hand. Of course, nowadays you have the 5811G, which is still not released in steel. This is a piece from 2017. It does come once again with its certificate of origin and the presentation box, seemingly also with product literature as well, and the sales tag. This is lot number 2, which has an estimated value of 39,700 to 79,500 in US dollars. We are previewing the Phillips Hong Kong watch auction number 16 that is going to take place on May 24th and May 25th. Number 3 is another modern Nautilus. It's a 5990/1A-001, which brings together two very popular, two very useful complications, namely the flyback chronograph and travel time. The piece has, for all those complications, a relatively balanced dial with a pointer date at 12 o'clock and a single register for the chronograph at 6 o'clock. Also, there's a day and night indicator for both home time and local time. Of course, you have those two pushers to use the jump hour function for the additional hour hand, and the chronograph pushers are flanking the crown guards flanking the crown on the right band of the case. This is the 5990 at lot number 3 with an estimated value of 50 to 100,000 US dollars. Nice. Thank you for sending that link. I love Maldives. I'm trying to find, I think we're talking about lot 75, right? Yeah, so we were just talking about the 3712, which was introduced in 2005 and was already replaced in 2006 as part of the 40th anniversary celebration, as part of the 30th anniversary celebrations by the 5712. So a very short production period, and in a way announcing the real advent of the complications era for the Patek Philippe Nautilus. These pieces, because of that rarity, are extremely desirable and carry a significant premium over 5712s. And the Nautilus already is a watch that carries a significant premium. The one in collectability I actually saw today because I was watching John's video earlier, Maldives. But yes, so this was from the Christie's Rare Watches auction in Geneva, which took place yesterday on May 13th, lot 75. And it actually sold for, let's see, in US dollars, for 119,302. And I Heart Maldives is right to point out that John Reardon actually has an example on collectability of a piece just like it towards the end of its production in 2006, and he has it listed for 175,000 in US dollars. So you might say, with after everything is said and done, that the person who acquired lot 75 in the auction 2 days ago in Geneva at Christie's has gotten a deal. One of approximately 1,700 pieces made. It did come with its certificate of origin, a later presentation box and outer packaging, including the product literature and the leather folder. Thanks for pointing it out for our attention. I love Maldives. We appreciate you. And yes, the travel time flyback chronograph for the Nautilus from 2021 that is here presented with its certificate of origin, presentation box, product literature, the pusher pin for adjustments, the pin pusher for adjustments, actually has an estimated value of 50,000 to 100,000 at lot 803. At 804, we have the previous generation of the Royal Oak Jumbo and the last generation of AP Royal Oak Jumbo with the base movement from Jaeger-LeCoultre, 920, 2021, which was replaced in the 50th anniversary just last year with AP's in-house caliber 7121. So as it turns out, this piece has a certain historic importance now, and the prices have been coming down for a little bit by now. And are almost coming back to that semi-reasonable space, which can make it attractive after a while. The Petite Tapisserie to match the historically accurate aesthetic for the jumbo with the initial logo at 6 o'clock. For this generation, the background of the date wheel actually matches that Bleu Nuit Nuage 50 dial, that particular tone of night blue or night sky. Cloudy night sky, one might say. And this particular piece does actually come with an AP warranty from the service from 2016. So basically service papers, instruction manual, hang tag, outer packaging, and a fitted presentation box. Oh, actually, sorry. This is a certificate of origin since it is a piece from 2016. That's great. And it happens from Govberg. So it happens to be from Govberg, which, of course, is now part of Watchbox, but still very much intact. So this is lot number 804 for the previous generation of the AP Royal Oak Jumbo, reference 15202, all in stainless steel, and with its accompanying documents, box and papers from 2016, and an estimated value of 35,900 to 71,800 in US dollars. Again, if you have any questions about the pieces that are listed in this auction or about anything that any of the results from this week's auctions in Geneva, feel free to send them my way. The poll is tending towards vintage, so I feel like I should quickly scroll down and maybe address a few lots from the end, because the early lots are mostly skewed towards contemporary, whereas the later stuff is a little more slanted towards vintage and neo-vintage. So let me start talking about a few pieces from the end. This is lot 1048, lot number 1048. A Patek Philippe reference 3939 HP. A tourbillon minute repeater by Patek Philippe, encased in platinum with a white enamel dial, which has applied Breguet numerals and matching Breguet hands. The piece does come with its full set of accessories, including an additional solid platinum caseback, but here is a glimpse onto the movement, which has the tourbillon in the upper half of uh, the case, with a very beautifully stylized, skeletonized bridge, which is black polished, right? The perfect mirror polish, which barely reflects light, right? It's very hard to achieve. Same thing for the uh, hammers of the chiming function. And what is really impressive about the 3939 is, of course, the fact that everything is fitted into a 33 millimeter case. So you have a tourbillon and uh, a minute repeater in an incredibly compact, wearable uh, form, wearable proportions. The piece is from 1998, comes with its certificate of origin, the chronometer certification from COSC, Contrôle officiel suisse des chronomètres, instruction manual, hang tag, additional solid platinum case back, and the fitted presentation box, as well as outer packaging. It has a white enamel dial, of course, very, very beautiful. And it is an absolutely discreet piece, right? For someone who doesn't know much about watches, horology, it would just look like a time only piece, right? Because, as is the tradition with Patek Philippe watches, all you have on the face of the watch is the inscription tourbillon and the movement number that accompanies it. And of course, all you have for the chiming functions of the watch is a slider, which, is on the left flank of the case, but, you know, relatively discreet, right? It just looks like a shark fin or something. Pardon me. So it is quite impressive, especially because it is all in 33 millimeters, and the movement is beautifully finished with all these details that I mentioned. This is lot 1048 for a Patek Philippe reference 3939 HP, minute repeater tourbillon in a 33 millimeter platinum case with its original set of accessories from 1998, and an estimated value of 192,000 to 321,000 in US dollars. Sorry for the quick scroll. We have another very special piece at lot number 1047. This is a striking example of the perpetual calendar by Patek Philippe in a 37 millimeter case from 2015. And what makes it rare is the combination of the white metal case, which is, of course, in this case, platinum, and the rare black dial, which also happens to be factory diamond set for the indices. Very cool evening watch. A striking example of the perpetual calendar by the storied master of complications, Patek Philippe. Extract from the archives, which confirms that this is indeed the original dial. From 2015, the micro rotor caliber that powers the complication, built on the base of caliber 240. Lot number 1047 is Patek Philippe reference 5140P-013, a perpetual calendar in a 37 millimeter platinum case with a rare black dial and diamond set indices. The estimated value of the piece is 35,300 to 69,200 in US dollars. N46 is another absolute classic by Patek Philippe. You're looking at another perpetual calendar with a slightly different layout, perhaps even more classic, a 5050R, which comes with its full set of accessories, a beautiful ivory dial that matches the pink gold case. From year 2003, so you still have the Geneva seal caliber, self-winding with a full rotor. And you have this kind of a cream dial with sunken dotted minute track or seconds track, alternatively, of course, stick markers, and retrograde date indicator, which is represented on a scale that is in the form of a downward facing crescent. This is a very beautiful and rather symmetric layout that I really like for Patek perpetual calendars. It was also represented in an officer style case as well. which was 5059 and 5159. This is a little more classical and slightly more compact than that particular style. Here you see it with its full set of accessories and the presentation box, which includes the pusher pin and pin pusher and the solid case back. And there you see the self-winding caliber that carries the hallmark of Geneva, and the full gold, full-sized rotor as well. That is lot 1046, reference number 5050R-012, Patek Philippe perpetual calendar with a retrograde date indicator, with its full set of original accessories, and in a 35mm pink gold case from 2003. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 32,100 to 64,100. Number 1045 is one of the best deals you can find, in fact, for this particular genre, for neo-vintage, so to speak, Patek Philippe perpetual calendars. Lot 1045 is the reference 5040G-018, the Patek Philippe perpetual calendar that is built on the micro rotor caliber 240, and that is encased in this 42.5 by 35 tonneau shaped case that's very similar to the Cartier Tortue. And you also happen to have Breguet numerals applied and Breguet hands, which fit beautifully with the retro style of the case. A classic silver dial, railroad track for the minutes. You don't have a seconds hand for this one, but you have a moon phase indicator at 6 o'clock, which is encircled by the pointer date. Months at 3 o'clock, which surrounds the leap year indicator, and day of the week at 9 o'clock, which includes within it a 24-hour hand, of course, a day and night indicator with that slight difference in the shade between cream and opaline. And here's a look at caliber 240 with the Geneva seal. Still one of the best deals on the secondary market, not necessarily in the auction circuit, but that remains to be seen. Sometimes things fall under the radar. This can be one of those cases at the end of the month in Hong Kong at Phillips Watches. This is lot number 1045, Patek Philippe reference 5040G, tonneau-shaped white gold perpetual calendar by Patek Philippe that comes with its certificate of origin. And in this rather pristine presentation, the piece has an estimated value of 23,100 to 38,500 in US dollars. $1044 is a limited edition Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Gyro Tourbillon, one of 75 pieces. This is a very unique tourbillon that spins simultaneously on two different axes. It not only allows, therefore, a certain dynamism and even theatricality at around the 6 o'clock area of the dial, but also a very unobstructed view of the tourbillon carriage. And if you can see, the balance wheel is actually designed like that famous JL logo. That is, of course, here on the dial too, right above the inscription. The dial for the hours and minutes is in this beautiful Grenet style, kind of grainy and textured, and a railroad track for the minutes. Dauphine hands. And I believe black polished obus shaped hour markers. Let me see if there are any other pictures of that which can help me actually zoom a little bit further in. Yeah, I believe those are black polished rather than blackened by some other process. But you can see that on the flip side, you have furthermore a secondary dial which serves a dual time function, an AM PM indication, a 24-hour display also. This is number 33 of 75, which gives you really the full wheelhouse of Jaeger-LeCoultre's expertise, both in terms of their horological achievement and technical prowess, but also in terms of the variety of finishing techniques and abilities they can employ in their manufacture. Because as you can see, both of the dials are at least partially skeletonized. And as you can see on the Verso dial, you also have hand engraved skeletonized bridges for the movements. The flip side has a 24-hour indicator. The primary dial has a day and night indicator, as you can see there. And finally, you have an unobstructed view of the tourbillon on both dials, which obviously is arranged such that it serves as a kind of oversized subsidiary seconds dial as well, which is, of course, beautiful and very technologically apt as well. This is number 1044, lot number 1044, Jaeger-LeCoultre Reverso Gyro Tourbillon, one of 75 pieces in platinum from 2019. The piece actually arrives with its international warranty that is dated December 4th, 2019, certificate of origin, original Jaeger-LeCoultre Korea purchase invoice, the product literature, presentation box, and outer packaging. And it is expected to fetch an amount somewhere between 70,500 to 141,000 in US dollars. Lot number 1039 is a very special version of the oyster quartz day dates. The oyster quartz day dates are very gorgeous, and they have been coming into a certain kind of attention because people like their rarity. People like some of the presentation when it comes to the day dates, where you have these sorts of special dials. The integrated bracelet aesthetic is, I think, perfectly executed. I particularly like the version of the presidential bracelet as well as the oyster bracelet for the oyster quartz Datejust. Michael Caine had one last year. It was sold at Bonhams London for a record-breaking price for a Rolex with quartz movement. For 166,500 in US dollars. I actually made a video about it, which is one of the first things that comes up on YouTube when you search for it. I'm really happy about that. But overall, they have been coming into the attention. I don't even know what to call this style. First of all, it is one of those wood dials. Um, I think the particular wood in question, um, beyond what it gives you, of course, when you see such a voluptuous creature, is walnut. Um, it also has 3 rows of diamonds of varying size in the form of a crescent that embraces the date window. It just is nothing like what I've seen. Kind of looks like some sort of roulette. But of course, the color is very uniform, so I'm not sure if that's an appropriate nickname, but it's like, yeah, like a crescent wooden dial. I'm sure collectors have some specific name for this. I haven't seen many of this, so I don't know what this would be called. We can, of course, take a look at the auction uh, catalog and the lot essay and see if they say anything specific about that. No, not really. But those are a total of 84 round diamonds, brilliantly aligned, as Phillips writes, in a radial formation. This is a reference 19018 with a walnut wooden dial with a total of 84 diamonds placed radially around the dial as the indices in 3 rows representing varied sizes. A very special version of the oyster quartz day date in yellow gold and the piece has an estimated value of 12,200 to 23,100 in US dollars. It does come with a fitted presentation box as well. That was lot number 1039. $1037 is one of the absolute grails of vintage Rolex collecting. A double red sea dweller, namely the reference 1665, with a pumpkin-like patina, a beautiful matted black dial that has turned tropical. The two lines of red writing, Sea Dweller Submariner 200, open 6, of course, on the dates, and the domed crystal without the magnifier that adorns the piece. A lovely ghost bezel. The piece is distinguished by its helium escape valve, of course, a technology that Rolex introduced in 1967 that still remains quite, um, quite very much on the vanguard. An oyster bracelet with folded links, which are period appropriate for this piece that is from around 1972. The piece is consigned by its original Japanese owner, which is always an attractive proposition, independent of the condition of the piece. This particular example has an estimated value of 20,500 to 30,800 in US dollars. 1036 is the iconic Pepsi GMT Master, reference 1675. This is lot 1036. As you can see, the bezel has blue for nighttime hours and red for day hours. So it serves not only to indicate a secondary time zone, but also as a genuine 24-hour indicator, right? That serves for a day and night indicator as well in that time zone too. And of course, if you're not setting it for a secondary time zone, you can always use it at the 12 o'clock position for your own benefit of day and night, right? Let's say you're spelunking, right? Let's say you're in a condition where you can't tell day from the night. This could come in handy. The dial is beautiful, matte black, eggshell patina on all the luminous material, hour markers and the hands. Very evenly patinated watch with a lot of soulful vintage appeal. Original warranty papers punched with the serial number, the hang tags, as well as the presentation box, to say nothing of the product literature accompanies this piece. A classic from the archives, well preserved, oozing with vintage charisma, This is lot number 1036, Rolex Pepsi GMT Master, reference 1675. The piece has an estimated value of 10,300 to 20,500 in US dollars. 1035 is Rolex Daytona, a Panda Daytona made for the Peruvian Air Forces. This is Daytona, Rolex Cosmograph Daytona reference 6239 with a stunning silver dial with black chronograph registers for the contrast in a combination that we call Panda these days very commonly. You might say people are more familiar with the Panda chronograph than the actual animal these days. Relatively rare, not that it is entirely uncommon. This piece is matched with a period correct Jubilee bracelet, which gives it a unique look. Stainless steel tachometer matching bezel and pump pushers. And the piece has the engraving on the case back that identifies it as having been supplied to Fuerza Aérea del Perú, the Peruvian Air Forces. Truly fap-worthy. This is lot number 1035, which comes with its fitted presentation box and on a Jubilee bracelet, a Rolex Cosmograph Daytona supplied to the Peruvian Air Forces in the mid-60s, reference 6239. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 44,900 to 65,400 in US dollars. The vintage is still winning over, so I think I will continue for tonight from this particular end. I don't know if you have voted in the poll. Maybe I will leave you a little bit more time to vote in the poll, whether I should focus on the vintage or modern pieces on this auction. I've kind of lumped vintage and neo-vintage together, so a lot of the vintage pieces are focused in the lower half, in the advanced lots of the auction, a lot of the contemporary pieces in the earlier lots. So there's still time to decide. This is a Patek Philippe reference 3428 in a 35.5 millimeter yellow gold dial. Beaded minute track with those gold beads, applied hour markers, manufactured in 1962, sold in January of 1963 with a self-winding movement and small seconds at 6 o'clock, Dauphine hands for hours and minutes on an enamel dial. 3428 was the successor to the first automatic Patek Philippe watch, the first self-winding Calatrava, reference 2526. And this particular example is from 1962. with 3428 having replaced 2526 in 1960. This is lot number 1034. As you can see, it comes with its extract from the Patek archives, with the case preserved largely in a beautiful condition, used but not abused, worn but not polished to bits, with that iconic outward facing double P crown, the beautiful enamel dial that you can observe from the profile of that boxed crystal here. Reference 3428, self-winding Calatrava from early 60s, with an estimated value of 25,600 to 46,200 in US dollars. Lot number 1029 is a stunning piece by Kari Voutilainen. It is an example of his 28 from 2013 in that classic aesthetic of his platinum case in 39 millimeters of diameter with the teardrop lugs. We have Arabic numerals at 3, 9, and 12 o'clock, a power reserve indicator at 2 o'clock, an oversized subsidiary seconds dial at 6, and the dial itself, of course, is exquisitely decorated by 2 varying patterns of, well, 3 varying patterns of guilloche. The power reserve indicator has the soleil, kind of a sun ray pattern, scalloped. The center of the dial has a vague or wave-like pattern, and the hour track itself has a beautiful barleycorn pattern, which is replicated in the subsidiary seconds dial as well. There's that radially placed plaque with the brand signature in that oversized subsidiary seconds dial as well. I love how it has every 5 seconds in a double-digit Arabic numeral within that subsidiary dial, as if to emphasize this notion of precision, which has always guided Kari Voutilainen's efforts. The chronometric precision that is held up to the highest standards, to the standard of observatory trials of old. A beautiful piece which was apparently made for the Swiss retailer Le Merode. It has a guarantee stamped by that retailer, an additional glossy black dial with its matching handset, a fitted presentation box, outer packaging, and the product literature is included as well. An exquisite and limited edition example of the 28 by Kari Voutilainen, one of only 25 pieces with this stunning blue dial, because the original was actually the original dial of this limited edition was the glossy black dial that is provided as part of this package, which you can see here. I would say good choice. um, as striking as the black dial also is, this is where Voutilainen shines, the finishing inside and out. And here's the beautiful caliber with that oversized balance wheel with a bridge that resembles those elegant and beautifully polished bridges that brands use to stabilize tourbillon carriages. Every piece is every piece of the caliber is beautifully finished. I love the gilt frosted um, finishing of the plates, which is a great detail. The anglage is eye-catching. The snailing on the wheels is, um, always an amazing sight. And in addition to that snailing on the ratchet wheel, you also see how the wheels have these wolf's teeth, which are individually hand finished as well. Very beautiful piece from the face and from the back, inside and out. Truly handmade at lot 1029. This is the Voutilainen Van Uit, made for the Swiss retailer à la Maraude for one of 25 pieces. It comes with the original black dial and the original handset, but also this extra blue dial that was requested by the original owner from 2013 in a platinum case, stylized teardrop lugs. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price, which is quite conservative here, 39,700 to 80,800 in US dollars. Thank you, your friend Mikey. Thank you so much. $5. I can't stay tonight, but just wanted to show support. Thank you for your support. And please hit the like button as well. I really appreciate you. Eddie, love you. Love you, my friend. Thank you so much for your kind words. At lots 1028, we have once again a piece that is not only like new, but also presented by the original owner. In this case, of course, unlike the 70s Sea Dweller, what you have is a much more contemporary watch. This is the Alangonzone reference 410038, the Datograph Perpetual, Lange's Perpetual Calendar Chronograph, here in a 41 millimeter 18 karat white gold case, and a very well balanced and striking anthracite gray dial with beautiful silver subdials, the oversized dates at 12 o'clock. The alpha hands are loomed. The centrally placed chronograph seconds hand, as well as the other register hands for the chronograph, are beautifully heat blued as well. You have the moon phase indicator that can be seen through a very discrete aperture at 6 o'clock. You have the 30-minute totalizer around 4 o'clock, which surrounds the indicator for the month and has that additional leap year indicator that crosses into it in a separate circle, so to speak. And at 7 o'clock, sorry, at 8 o'clock, you have, of course, the continuous running seconds, which surrounds the hand, the indicator for the day of the week. And right above that, you have a even smaller subdial that serves as an AM PM indicator. Very striking and in its own way sporty perpetual calendar chronograph. Of course, you have that additional pusher at 10 o'clock, which is signature Lange, and which you can use to correct the oversized dates one by one at every push. The case is very substantive and has these muscular lugs. Comes with its original set of accessories, which includes the warranty papers and the product literature, to say nothing of the presentation box. And of course, you get this stunning beauty that you can contemplate through the case back, an entire urban landscape, a whole lexicon of movement finishing, which includes the prominent glashütte ribbing on the bridges, the freehand engraving on the balance cock, the heat blued screws, the rubies that are set into gold chaton, which have mirror polishing on their countersinks. You can even glimpse the perlage from the base plate, among many other aspects. The movement has a lot of depth and almost architectural depth that has always been very striking for me when it comes to chronograph movements by Alain Gonzone. A beautiful piece, like new, as you can see, with some of the stickers even intact. Fascinating, fascinating piece. A perpetual calendar chronograph done in Lange's unique and Teutonic house style. This is the Datograph Perpetual, lot number 1028 from 2022 in a 41 millimeter 18 karat white gold case and an estimated value of 35,300 to 70,500 in US dollars. At lot number 1027, we are taking a turn back to vintage style, which the lot has decided, the poll has decided for us democratically, is going to remain the focus of our presentation tonight. This is a Patek Philippe hand-wound chronograph from mid-50s in an 18 karat pink gold case of 36 millimeter diameter. It has a blank Patek certificate of origin, a document with photographs, a small presentation case as well. This is a very rare Patek chronograph. And it's beautifully preserved. As you can see from the case back, the structure of those distinctive spider lugs is largely intact. And as you can see from the profile, the case overall looks very healthy. And the dial too is seemingly quite clean. With Arabic numerals at 12 and 6, and these conical pyramidal shapes for the rest of the indices, feuille hands that are matched with heat blued hands for the chronograph register, 30-minute totalizer, as well as the centrally deployed chronograph hand, which has a tachymeter scale on the periphery of the dial. Of course, everything is perfectly balanced in this classical expression of a two-register chronograph with those two small and elegant subdials perfectly aligned and proportioned in relation to the crown. This particular piece is believed to have been made only in 500 pieces, the reference 1579, and only 91 of those are understood to be in pink gold. Therefore, lot number 1027, a hand-wound Patek Philippe chronograph from mid 50s in a 36 millimeter pink gold case with the distinctive spider lugs, has an estimated value of 128,000 to 256,000 in US dollars. Lot number 1025, we have a very interesting example of Calatrava with a perfectly round case and an integrated bracelet, executed all in 18 karat yellow gold. This piece has a champagne colored dial, Roman numerals, pencil hands, and a date window at 3 o'clock. It comes with an undated Patek Philippe certificate of guarantee, hang tag, fitted presentation box, It is also accompanied with an archival extract from Patek Philippe, which confirms the date of its manufacture in 1970 and the subsequent sale on December 22nd in 1970. This piece was exclusively manufactured for Bernie Kornfeld and the IOS Investors Overseas Services from 1968 to 1971. The caseback was later engraved with the $1 Million Associate designation, nicknamed the Playboy or the Millionaires Club. This model is still one of the largest corporate orders in the history of Patek Philippe today, with an estimated 1,000 examples made. We're talking about the Patek Philippe 3565/1J, the 35 millimeter yellow gold Calatrava with a self-winding movement and an integrated bracelet in matching 18 karat yellow gold, made for the IOS Investors Overseas Services and the Rothschild and Company Bank. This is from 1970. Here's the set that it comes with. It's really a striking piece. And as you know, these kinds of vintage gold Patek Philippe pieces with integrated bracelets are already becoming stronger, already becoming more desirable. So it can be an interesting moment to acquire this piece that is signed on the dial, not only by Patek Philippe, but also the IOS and the Rothschild. Reference 3565/1J. It is expected to fetch an amount in the region of 19,200 to 25,600 in US dollars. At 1023, we have an incredible example of an Omega dress watch from 1944. It is a 35 millimeter pink gold piece, a stunning dress watch, really, with the so-called fancy lugs, that are kind of a mix of lyre and teardrop style lugs, just in a perhaps even more stylized way. We have a two-tone pink dial with tones of like rosé champagne with champagne sunburst kind of hour track, sector appearance for the minute track as well, especially with the crosshair at the middle of the dial, feuille hands for hour and minutes, Arabic numerals for the hour markers, and the sweep center seconds is actually a heat blued hand for this 35 millimeter pink gold dress watch by Omega from 1944, made for the Portuguese market, apparently. It does come with the archival extract from Omega. Apparently, it is even accompanied by its original pigskin Omega strap. Unbelievable, really incredible time capsule from from 1944 with the ever so desirable pink on pink combination, pink gold case, two-tone pink dial with sector dial appearance, Arabic numerals, stunning dress watch in a beautifully preserved condition by Omega, a perfect three-hander time capsule. The estimated value of the piece is 5,100 to 10,300 in US dollars for lot number 1023. Lot number 1021 is, in a certain sense, Gubelin's version of the Jean-Claude Kelly, if I can say that. This is a lot that is offered without reserve, so bidding will start at 1 Hong Kong dollar, technically, but the estimated value of the watch is somewhere between 10,300 to 15,400 in US dollars. The piece has these cornes de vache lugs, the cow's horns, that are more readily associated with Vacheron Constantin, but have been used in the past by many brands, including Jaeger-LeCoultre, Gubelin, and of course, Gérard Perregaux and others. This particular piece has a very classically sized case, 34.5 millimeters, stainless steel, very well preserved, even though it is very well worn as well. What we have here is a three-tone dial for a triple calendar chronograph, continuous running seconds at 9 o'clock, 30-minute totalizer at 3, a 12-hour counter at 6, Arabic numeral at 12, and golden pips for the rest of the indices, alpha hands for hour and minutes, and a pointer date on the periphery of the dial, which is inscribed in blue. And you also have the two apertures for the day of the week and month at 12 o'clock. Those are also inscribed in blue, which matches the calendrical functions of this watch. This is a great alternative, of course, to Rolex Jean-Claude Killy. Breguet has similar pieces from the time period. All of these are extremely overpriced, of course, because they carry the name of those brands. The Gubelin has the same functions. And a beautiful design, as well as itself a very storied past. The dial is well preserved and lightly patinated, which gives this piece a lot of vintage charm. And would certainly appeal to the collector who seeks these sorts of rare pieces without necessarily aiming for any particular brand name. This is lot number 1021 for a Gubelin triple calendar chronograph in a 34.5 millimeter stainless steel case from the 1940s with an estimated value of 10,300 to 15,400 US dollars. Number 1020 is a very rare and practically unobtainable piece by Patek Philippe. This is a reference 5372P-001. It is from last year and presented as new. A perpetual calendar monopusher split-second chronograph by Patek Philippe with the moon phase at 12 o'clock, which places, in an important sense, that romantic complication at the focal point of the dial. Of course, that is only the beginning of the story. Strikingly deep blue, somber style. Applied Arabic numerals. The split second function, which of course allows you to time two events at once. All the functions of the primary chronograph is handled by the single button at 2 o'clock, and you can split the hands with this additional pusher that is mounted on the crown. Very minimalistic and vintage-inspired design. The chronograph registers are slightly oversized, with the continuous running seconds at 9 and the 60-minute totalizer at 3. At 3 o'clock, you have an aperture for the month. At 9 o'clock, you have it for the day of the week. I mentioned that the moon phase indicator is at 12 o'clock. You also have a pointer date in a small subsidiary dial at 6 o'clock as well for this Patek perpetual calendar monopusher split-second chronograph. Reference 5372P in a 38.3 millimeter platinum case, of course, with a matching déployant clasp and the additional solid platinum case back as well, not to mention anything about the pin pusher. So you do get the full set of accessories. And here is a glimpse onto the movements, onto the split-second chronograph movements, the perpetual calendar functions. The module for that is usually on the dial side of the watch, so it remains largely unseen from this perspective. But of course, you have a lot to look at for the two chronographs. You can see these two capped column wheels for the each one. Lot number 1020, reference 5372P. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 385,000 to 641,000 in US dollars. Lot 1019 is not quite vintage, but it is a discontinued model. This is the 5235G, the Patek Philippe annual calendar with the regulator style dial layout. This particular watch is represented on the lineup today by 5235R, which has a pink gold case, a vertically brushed charcoal dial with gilt accents, whereas this particular example has a white gold case with a vertically brushed silver two-tone dial and blue accents. The minute hand is given central prominence, and the hour hand is in a subsidiary dial at 12 o'clock with the seconds in a parallel, symmetrically placed subdial at 6 o'clock. You have the three calendar functions laid out in a triangular fashion. Date at 6 o'clock, day of the week at around 10 o'clock, and the month at around 2 o'clock. Annual calendar was first introduced and serially produced in 1996 by Patek Philippe, and it was a way for Patek Philippe of bringing the perpetual calendar into the everyday and making it more accessible, slightly more obtainable for a broader base of collectors. Immensely successful, and unlike a triple calendar, unlike a complete calendar, it requires only one adjustment per year at the end of the short month, at the end of February, rather than five, which most complete or triple calendars of modern provenance require. A perpetual calendar, of course, once it's properly set and wound and up and running, does not need an adjustment until the next century. This particular example of the 5235G at lot number 1019 is actually what they call double sealed. So it arrives at its new owner as it left the factory for more than 7 years ago. It, of course, is accompanied by the full set of its accessories and has an estimated value of 25,600 to 51,300 in US dollars. And 5235G especially, even though it has been discontinued, is one of those models that can be acquired on the secondary markets for significantly less than its retail price, for significantly less than the retail price of a 5235R. So if you actually like this watch, keep your eyes peeled on the secondary market because it is a great deal for a contemporary Patek Philippe. JB. Yes, I have. I have. It is, I really like the monopusher chronograph. The split second is fun, to play around, but somehow, um, with the vintage inspired aesthetic and that slight asymmetry that a single button introduces to the case, um, I'm always taken by a monopusher or by a single button chronograph. And I like how this one is particularly designed. They could have done like the bullhorn setup where they would put one pusher at 2 o'clock, another at 10. But I think that would have made it too sporty in terms of its appearance. This looks like an absolute classic, and it's like very classically proportioned as well. It's in platinum and white metal, matched with this blue sunburst style, just the perfect crossover of modern and vintage. In terms of its aesthetics, of course, it is a truly modern piece otherwise. which brings us to lot number 1018, the stainless steel Patek Philippe Calatrava weekly calendar, which represents the first time that they have produced this particular complication. You have the date at 3 o'clock. At the center of the dial, you have a pointer with a red end, which indicates the day of the week, pardon me. And on the periphery of the dial, you have another extended hand, which actually points to the week in the year. This dial is very unique for Patek because apparently when the design in its sketch form came across Thierry Stern's desk, he kind of fell in love with it and decided to actually use this particular font on the actual watch, which gives it a very quirky, if also youthful appearance, stunning Dauphine hands, and the obus shaped blackened hour markers, a kind of cream tones dial, stepped lugs, stainless steel Calatrava is always somehow quite desirable. Here it is matched with a unique complication as well as a sporty look. And at 40 millimeters, it's quite contemporary without being too outsized. This is lot number 1018, the Patek Philippe Calatrava weekly calendar in stainless steel, reference 5212A from 2019, which arrives with its full set of accessories and has an estimated value of 32,100 to 51,300 in US dollars. At lot number 1017, we have yet another rare bird. This is the most modern reduced size Patek Philippe Nautilus that was produced. It replaced the 3800 in 2006, but it didn't stay in the lineup for too long because it was much like the 3712, only produced for 1 year. This particular piece has a 38 millimeter diameter. I think the 3800 is like 37 and a half, so it's the reduced size with the sweeps center seconds. You can see the Geneva hallmark on the bridge plate of the self-winding movement with a full rotor, which is in full gold, with an embossing of the Calatrava cross. Well, I should say stamping, because it's not raised but sunken. All in stainless steel with the gradient blue sunburst style with that horizontal ribbed design. Very sleek, a more discreet, smaller version of the 5711, just like the 3800 was the mid-sized version of 3700, the original jumbo. And you also get that distinction that is given to it by its limited quantity, by its rarity. This is lot number 1017, a Patek Philippe Nautilus 5800 in stainless steel from 2007 with an estimated value of 41,000 to 103,000 in US dollars. Lot number 1016 is the Patek Philippe Nautilus annual calendar in white gold, presented on a leather strap and a matching Patek Philippe déployant clasp, a gradient gray dial. The piece comes with it with the full set of its original accessories. Here is a glimpse of the self-winding movement. This piece is a little more substantive on the wrist, and it has been really popular. Oh wait, I'm so sorry. This is the 5726A, so it is actually in stainless steel. My apologies for the confusion. This is the annual calendar in stainless steel with the gray gradient dial. The two aperture for the day of the week and month under the Patek Philippe signature and above Genève. You also have the date at 6 o'clock, a 24-hour indicator that encircles the moon phase indicator as well, sweep center seconds with the traditional set of hands and stick markers for the Nautilus. This is from 2011, and it has an estimated value of 35,900 to 55,100 in US dollars. Number 1014, lot number 1014, is from Cartier's famous CPCP collection. That collection released by Cartier Paris between 1998 and 2008 at the crossroads of traditional design, traditional luxury design, and high horology. Tortue was a very famous canvas for some of these projects. We are very familiar, of course, on this channel with the monopusher chronograph, which had a caliber designed by THA in a joint venture of Denis Flageolet and François Paul-Jean. This is a perpetual calendar in the same tonneau-shaped turtle on its legs style case. This is a platinum case, balanced 4 sub-dial layouts for the perpetual calendar, which forgoes the moon phase indicator and replaces it with an additional 24-hour hand. We have that beautiful aesthetic of guilloche decorated silver dial in this kind of rosette style pattern that emanates from under the hand stack. All the hands, including the Breguet styled hands for hour and minutes, are heat blued, which is a beautiful contrast aesthetically against the silvered guilloche dial, but it also allows for increased legibility and we have a railroad track minutes for the completion of that classic Cartier aesthetic with invisible signature, with the secret signature at 7 o'clock, which is hidden in the V of Roman numeral 7. The piece also has a leap year indicator within the month indicator at 12 o'clock, pointer date at 3, 24-hour indicator at 6, and day of the week at 9 o'clock. Sapphire cabochon on the crown. And here's a glimpse onto the caliber 9421 MC perpetual calendar. The movement is surrounded by this perlage, and the bridge plates are decorated in excess with this double wishbone Cartier logo, which also covers, for the most part, the rotor, partially skeletonized to emphasize once again that logo. Very limited and rare piece from around year 2000. This is Cartier Tortue reference 2721 from the CPCP collection, a tonneau-shaped perpetual calendar in platinum by Cartier, which also has an additional 24-hour hand. The piece has an estimated value of $21,800 to $30,800 in US dollars. Number 1012, lot number 1012 is a very unique Voutilainen GMT watch. This is from 2016, and it was made for a charity which was established in the wake of Duncan Wang's passing. Duncan Wang was an esteemed businessman and watch enthusiast who left this world, unfortunately, at a very young age of 44 in August 2009. This Voutilainen GMT 6 is the sixth Duncan Wang watch auctioned for the Kids Horizon Appeal. It's a very special watch, very rare. And it needs, I will read a little bit, but it has a beautiful guilloche dial, again, in that style that incorporates various patterns of decoration, barley corn on the hour track, and it's like a two-tone blue dial with champ levé day and night indicator as well within a 24-hour turning disc, basically, that is lodged within that oversized second sub-dial. A really beautiful piece with those observatoire, or you can even call them beak style hands. Let's read a little bit from the catalog essay that is written by the good people from Phillips Watches, a unicorn perpetual dream. This 2016 GMT6, pardon me, is the second Voutilainen creation made in honor of the late Mr. Wang, based on the signature Van Uyt chronometer wristwatch with an added second time zone feature in terms of that, in the manner of that turning rotating disc for 24 hours. It is most notably the only example of this model encased in titanium, beautifully polished, of course, here, further matched with a handmade chanlevé enamel dial. Unlike standard titanium cases, the artist gave the present timepiece a divine glossy mirror polish rather than the conventional matte finish. If not for its incredible lightness, this piece could be potentially mistaken for a stainless steel case. Tastefully executed, the grayish blue dial is designed to turn heads, boasting an alluring deep blue center in vitreous enamel, framed in a solid silver engine turned chapter. The crescent shaped center is outlined by a disc of gold engraved with a barleycorn guilloche and then enameled, a painstakingly difficult technique known as chanlevé. Likewise, the subdial indicating the second time zone at 6 o'clock is presented by two chanlevé enameled inserts that depict the scenes of day and night. Through its sapphire caseback, Voutilainen's in-house caliber 28 is exposed, allowing the wearer to admire the impeccably well-constructed and elegantly finished hand-wound movement. Plated in black gold, the German silver bridges have a frosted finish, while the wheels are made out of solid rose gold. Caliber 28 is fitted with a substantially large balance wheel inspired by precision chronometers of the past, virtually half the width of the movement. See it here. It's held in place by a long and highly polished stainless steel bridge with rounded arms, not unlike the bridge on a prestigious tourbillon regulator. Every nook and cranny of this movement is made and finished to the highest standards, including the black polish on the ratchet and barrel, along with the polished countersinks for the jewels and screws. Most likely worn a handful of times only, the present one of Voutilainen GMT6 is offered in excellent overall condition and is accompanied by its original certificate as well as its beautifully customized fitted presentation box, handmade by Cédric Vichard, one of the most distinguished wood craftsmen in the world. A one-of-a-kind Voutilainen GMT6 made and initially auctioned off in honor of the late Duncan Wang in a mirror polished, beautiful 39 millimeter titanium Van Uyt case with its full set of accessories and in a highly well preserved condition. This is lot number 1012, which is estimated to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 89,700 to 192,000 in US dollars. At 1011, we have a 6-digit Daytona that we can perhaps already call neo-vintage. It comes right from the turn of the century, right around 2000, executed in 18 karat yellow gold, presented on a matching gold oyster bracelet. And here it actually arrives with its box and papers, as well as product literature, calendar from 2000, and a red hang tag. The piece has a striking opaline white dial with glossy gilt outer rings on chronograph registers that match the golden tones of the case. The center links on the gold bracelet is, of course, polished. The piece is very well preserved, as you can observe from the crisp hallmarks. The caseback sticker is still intact, even though it has started melting into the caseback, of course, since it's been worn. Very beautiful and well-preserved example of an early gold Daytona with the in-house caliber 4130 right around 2000. This is the 116528 at lot number 1011 with an estimated value of 39,700 to 60,300 in US dollars. If you would like to ask any questions about any of the particular lots that I have not yet covered or that I may have skipped over, feel free to check out the listings at this link and send me the lot number, and I would be more than happy to dive deeper into that particular piece and give you some historical and horological detail. Lot number 1008 is the 4-digit 4-liner Submariner with the matte black dial from 1967. 5512 was the version of the Submariner that was chronometer certified. So it actually, in this generation, has 4 lines of writing that complement the depth rating, model name, with the superlative chronometer officially certified, which became a mantra of Rolex over the years, of course. This is a beautiful piece that is presented on its period correct, matching stainless steel riveted oyster bracelets. The case itself is very well kept, beautifully preserved. And you see how that's sexy plexi, how that beautiful, slightly domed acrylic crystal gives a slight distortion to the view, adding the piece that classic vintage charm and that unique warmth as well. This is lot number 1008, which has an estimated value of 10,300 to 15,400 in US dollars. Lot 1007 is a stunning later example of the 5513, which was basically the entry level, right? Because these were the two liners that did not have the chronometer certification, but otherwise had the same movement and same specs as the 5512. This is an example from 1977 with the Maxi 1 dial. It comes with a presentation box, though no papers, but it also includes that matching anchor accessory, which is very, always very cute. This particular piece from 1977, which is Rolex Submariner 5513 in stainless steel on an oyster bracelet, has an estimated value of 8,100 to 17,900 US dollars. Oh, Eddie, if you are still there, last time the Antiqua sold on auction. I think it was sold. Wait a second, let me just quickly check. Because they haven't yet um, published the catalog for that particular auction, for the upcoming New York auction by Phillips. That's when I got to try the Antiqua. And the Antiqua last time it was sold by in Eichen, and the yellow gold version sold for 170,000 Swiss francs. So, but this is basically what you see there in that short video is technically one of a kind, because that collaboration between Vianney Alter and Jeffrey Barnes was almost immediately broken up, and it was a pretty acrimonious divorce indeed. We're talking about this particular piece. So apparently it was before the watch was even presented in Basel, and only 3 examples were made with that Halter Barnes dial, Alter Barnes dial. And this is the only one that survived with that configuration, because apparently the ones that were sent in for servicing had the dials replaced because Vianney Alter just couldn't bear the sight of the name of his previous collaborator. So this will probably go for somewhere around 200,000 US dollars is my guess. This is a piece that they're auctioning off in June in New York at Phillips, New York. All right, we're back to lot 1007, which is a reference 5513, a Rolex Submariner from 1977 with the maxi dial and an estimated value of 8,100 to 17,900. Very, very wide range there. At 1006, we have an earlier example of the classic Pepsi GMT Master. This is Rolex reference 1675 with the blue and red bezel and a glossy dial that has matted out and patinated, and a small arrow hand for the 24 hours. It's from 1966. Beautiful gilt dial. And the piece actually comes, as you can see here, with its original documents, almost like a time capsule, and on a matching riveted oyster bracelet. This is lot number 1006, reference 1675. The piece has an estimated value of 17,900 to 35,900 in US dollars. Lot number 1005 is Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6241, with a Paul Newman exotic dial. Black background with white chronograph registers, Art Deco numerals, and the red second scale on the periphery of the dial. Bakelite insert for the tachymeter and pump pushers. Stainless steel on a matching riveted oyster bracelet. A beautiful and well-preserved example. With that charming patina on the Daytona writing right above the 12-hour counter. This is from around 1968. A fantastic piece. Everything is just right on this particular example of the Rolex Cosmograph Daytona, reference 6241, with an exotic dial, Paul Newman. This particular piece is expected to reach a final amount somewhere between 89,700 to 179,000 in US dollars. Lot number 1000 is the Patek Philippe Celestial from its original owner. It's a very rare and desirable Patek Philippe piece, an application piece only offered to the most select, the very VIP of all customers. Reference 5102J. this particular example in the 43 millimeter 18 karat yellow gold case. It is accompanied by the full set of its original accessories, including a certificate of origin that is stamped by, the Hourglass Hong Kong on October 29th of 2008, original purchase invoice, instruction manual, product literature, photograph, leather folio, fitted presentation box, outer packaging, delivered with an additional Patek Philippe archival extract, which confirms the production of the watch in 2008 and its sale. The Celestial was launched in 2002, one of the most important horological complications. It adopts the principle of the celestial canopy from the most complicated Patek Philippe wristwatch, reference 5002, the Sky Moon Tourbillon. The nocturnal sky of the northern hemisphere rotates to depict the apparent angular motion of stars and the moon. Along with the progression of the phases of the moon, 3 sapphire crystal discs are seamlessly layered on top of one another to simulate the dynamic orbits of the moon and the passage of the stars, hence rendering it a remarkable sense of depth. This is the dial you are seeing here. The hours and minutes are indicated by 2 hollowed hands in white. A delicate elliptical contour on the inside of the glass frames the portion of the sky visible from all cities sharing the latitude of Geneva. To achieve the highest possible exactitude for the astronomical displays, the engineers of Patek Philippe researched 25 trillion ratio combinations, showing the enormous horological challenge the model represents. Through its sapphire caseback, the wearer is invited to contemplate the micro-rotor caliber, which you can see carries the hallmark of Geneva. This is the caliber 240 LUCL, which consists of 301 meticulously hand-finished individual components. The piece is phenomenal inside out, as an astronomical masterpiece armed with a full yellow gold case, detailed Calatrava crosses etched onto the case bands for added grandeur. This is how Phillips describes the piece, which you can see here in terms of that particular detail. The celestial reference 5102J at hand is exceptionally rare and is only the 23rd yellow gold example known to the market, the epitome of elegance and technical sophistication. This example will no doubt please connoisseurs of most important timepieces in haute horlogerie. A very interesting piece indeed, a very rare example of the Patek Celestial at lot 1000. This is a 5102J, and the piece has an estimated value of 128,000 to 256,000 in US dollars. Lot number 998 is one of the pieces that were introduced for the 2015 celebrations of Patek's 175th anniversary. made for the occasion, also in this case for the London Watch Art exhibition. This is the reference 5575G, here offered in a double sealed fashion, just as it left the manufacturer about 7 years ago, 8 years ago. In addition to the traditional world time functions, the piece has at its center a moon phase display, and Paris is replaced with Geneva on the 24-hour disk to memorialize the hometown of Patek Philippe. The world time moon is only the 26th example to be identified in the market in a 40 millimeter 18 karat white gold case with its full set of accessories that includes the 175th anniversary commemorative medallion as well. This is the Patek Philippe 5575G, the white gold world time with the unique moon phase display at the center of the dial. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price between 79,900 to 192,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button if you haven't done so already. It really does help. I will take a quick break here, leaving you with this beautiful version of FP Jaune Octa Calendrier, made in an exclusive edition for the Tokyo boutique. I will be right back. All right, we are back once again with a unique FP Jean watch. This is his take on annual calendar with a retrograde hand that indicates the date in a crescent shaped scale that faces towards the crown. His traditional off center dial for the hour minutes, um, and including a subsidiary dial for the seconds, is bolted on a ruthenium dial here. The off center dial has that silvered appearance with a guilloche center, and the piece has these pink gold accents on the hands and the inscriptions on the dial, as well as the crown. It is actually a titanium piece that comes on a 5-row beads of rice style bracelet. Everything is beautifully polished. In addition to its full set of accessories, it also arrives with 2 extra proprietary straps and the matching pink gold clasp as well. One of only 99, made for the 5th anniversary of the FB Jean boutique in Tokyo. The piece comes with its full set of accessories that includes the fitted presentation box and the outer packaging. Number 22 of 99. If I'm not mistaken, the Tokyo boutique was the very first boutique of François Paul Jean. It was opened, all right, it says it here, it was opened in year 2003. So this edition was released in 2008, and this particular example is from 2009. A beautiful piece, very unique, especially in this full mirror polished titanium look, not to mention the two-tone accents and the strikingly deep ruthenium dial. Oh wow, I'm so sorry. This is actually an octa perpetuel, so which makes it even more special. This is the perpetual calendar, not the annual calendar with the retrograde date. So it actually has a perpetual calendar movement, an additional safety pusher at 8 o'clock when you need a quick annual adjustment for the months, because it has a slightly different approach to the perpetual calendar. The leap year indication is hidden basically in February. Basically, the month of February displays 1 FE, 2 FE, 3 FE, and BFE for the bisextile February to indicate the leap year. See, this is the safety adjustment for the month. This is actually an octa perpetuel rather than octa calendrier, so a perpetual calendar with the retrograde date, made in an example of 99 pieces, made in a run of 99 pieces, fully executed in titanium for the 5th anniversary of the FP Journe Boutique in Tokyo. Lot number 994. The piece has an estimated value of 80,800 to 167,000 in US dollars. At 993, we have one of the most iconic references of Philippe. This is the 5004, namely 5004G, which is Patek's perpetual calendar split-second chronograph in white gold, offered in the classic 36 millimeter case here with an opaline white dial, applied Arabic numerals, feuille hands, of course, full perpetual calendar functions, including the moon phase at 6 o'clock, and a split-second chronograph, which has the pusher for the splitting function integrated on the crown. This is lot number 993, which comes with its archival extracts, a presentation box, as well as an additional case back and pusher. Here is a peek into that beautiful movement, beautiful split-second chronograph movement from the back with the Geneva seal on the balance bridge there. Balance conch, I should say. This is a 5004 Patek Philippe perpetual calendar split-second chronograph in a 36 millimeter white gold case. The estimated value of the piece is 154,000 to 308,000 in US dollars. Lot number 992 is a classic example of the double split, a classic example of Lange's ingenuity. As you guys know, Lange always does one more, always does one better than everyone else. So in fact, they had their double split chronograph, which splits not only the seconds, but also the minutes before it had a simple split chronograph, before it had its rattrapante. This particular example is from 2007 in a 43 millimeter platinum case. And a black dial, silver chronograph registers. Of course, it has the flyback function that we easily associate with the datograph, alpha hands, which are loomed, and the Roman numerals at 12, 2, 6, and 10 o'clock. A power reserve indicator at 12 o'clock completes the picture. The dial has beautiful depth because the tachometer is inscribed on a chapter ring, which slopes inward into the center of the dial. This is the Lange double split flyback chronograph, which is offered with its original presentation box as well as the guarantee documents. Here's a look onto that double split chronograph movement. You can see the two separate column wheels for the two chronographs, as well as the stunningly decorated islands of chronograph bridges, the hand engraved elements as well. A beautiful movement for this double split chronograph at lot number 992. This is Lange reference 404035F from 2007 with an estimated value of 50,000 to 101,000 US dollars. Thank you for your presence and support. Please hit the like button to give me a little bit of a boost, give this channel a little bit more exposure. Please share the content with friends, forward it to associates and fellow watch enthusiasts, and help me expand the community. It really helps. And if you want to contribute in other ways, you know how the super chat button works for sure, but there are other options which are described in the video description as well. Lot number 990 is the Richard Lange Pour le Mérite. This is reference 260 025 in a 40.5 millimeter platinum case with a stunning enamel dial. This piece has a constant force mechanism in the form of a fusée and chain. And this particular example is number 38 of 50 pieces. Roman numerals on an enamel dial and heat blued alpha hands for hour and minutes, as well as the seconds in that subsidiary dial at 6. The minutes are also inscribed and indicated at quarters with 2-digit Arabic numerals as well, inscribed in red. This is lot number 990, reference 260025, A. Lange und Söhne, Richard Lange, Paul Merit, with the constant force mechanism. A very mighty piece for an otherwise unassuming watch from the full frontal perspective, just a time only piece with subsidiary seconds. But here is a look into the fusée and chain movements, as well as the variety of decorative details, which include glacé ribbing, the anglage, the perlage on the base plate, the stunning freehand engraving on the balance cock, and of course the heat blued screws, as well as the rubies that are set into the gold chaton. This piece has an estimated value of 30,800 to 61,500 in US dollars. We have back-to-back two very interesting pieces by Hajime Asaoka. His bespoke handmade pieces are so rare that we mostly know the master from his diffusion series, so to speak, from his creations under the Corona Tokyo brand, which includes not only very beautiful, aesthetically pleasing, time-only creations, but also a few different complications that include calendar functions as well as chronographs. But Hajime Asaoka is actually a member of the AHCI, which stands for Académie Horlogère des Créateurs Indépendants, the Independent Academy of, Academy of Independent Horological Creators. Let's translate it a little liberally into English. And his watches are not only well respected, but also intensely aspired to by some of the most serious collectors. Lot number 988 is very rare and stunning tourbillon in a 43 millimeter stainless steel case. The piece, of course, comes with its original set of accessories. The case design is very muscular with these distinctly shouldered lugs. The movement is beautifully decorated. And the dial itself has a very contemporary design with this sort of grill effect on the hour track, which gives the piece a very contemporary industrial look, including also a beautiful tourbillon cage. Let's read up a little bit on this strikingly unique piece. which has all the elements of traditional horology presented in an incredibly contemporary and slightly industrial way. Project T was conceived from a shared interest of fine watchmaking between Japanese independent watchmaker Hajime Asaoka, Japan's leading toolmaker OSG, and Yuki Precision, a provider of aerospace grade precision machines. With each contributing their own expertise, the timepieces born from Project T combine both the traditional fine watchmaking by hand, the precision and tools used in aerospace engineering. Masterfully crafted, the Project T tourbillon exuberates a restrained sophistication for a tourbillon watch. The dial derives inspiration from Art Deco design, as evident from the architectural styling of the hands and the minute circle, contrasted beautifully against a glossy black DLC dial, an exquisitely polished stainless steel case with prominent lugs. The tourbillon carriage frames are made entirely in titanium with ball bearing in the middle and right side of the bridge, further accentuating the distinctive aesthetic of the timepiece. A wonderful, wonderful style and quite a groundbreaking aesthetic. Turning the watch over, one finds an extraordinary movement with admirable details like the wolf teeth gears, which are considerably more superior and difficult to machine than regular gear teeth. Another notable feature of the watch is the use of ball bearings compared to the usual ruby palettes, which you can see here and which you have also seen on the tourbillon carriage as well, on the bridge of the tourbillon. The talents of Yuki Precision allowed the Project T tourbillon to integrate some of the smallest ball bearings in the world. A first to appear at auction, Phillips is proud to present this incredible timepiece to collectors. Furthermore, it is offered in excellent condition, is accompanied by its guarantee and presentation box. This was lot number 988. Hajime Asaoka Project T tourbillon at lot 988 has an estimated value of 60,300 to 121,000 in US dollars. Next to it, at lot 989, we have a more familiar but also relatively rare Hajime Asaoka Tsunami 16. This is movement number 1 from 2013 in a 37 millimeter stainless steel case, a time-only watch with skeletonized syringe hands for hour and minutes and a subsidiary dial at 6 o'clock. The hour markers are alternating between Arabic numerals from 12 o'clock and dots. It's a 3-tone dial with black, matte black hour track, a railroad style minute track on the periphery of the dial, a grenet gray, gunmetal gray center dial, and a silver subdial for the seconds, which have a red track and a red hand for a striking presentation. This piece also comes with its original guarantee and the presentation box. Hajime Asoka has a very low annual production since they're all designed, the watches are all designed, manufactured, and assembled by Hajime-san. In 2012, he released his most iconic model, the Tsunami. It's a hand-wound movement featuring an impressive 16 millimeter titanium balance, which is where its name comes from, and a taco wheel, the gold wheel placed between the balance. As you can see here, here's the taco wheel, here's the 16 millimeter balance that has an overwhelmingly dominant position in the architecture of the movement. The piece is encased in a sleek 37 millimeter diameter stainless steel, polished bezel, satin finished case bands, and a display case back that you are already seeing right here. A slightly domed crystal that gives it a very unique appearance. This is movement number 1, meaning it is one of the very first, if not the first example of the model to come out of the manufacturer. The uniqueness of the watch is emphasized by the red accent above 12 o'clock and the red small seconds hand, which is not found in later examples, apparently. This early Tsunami is apparently the very first example to be offered at Phillips, and it is truly a unique opportunity to acquire a watch like this. It's jokingly conservative when it comes to the estimated value, so please disregard. I'm sure it will go for multiple times this, but the pre-auction estimate for this watch is 5,100 to 10,300 in US dollars. That was lot 989 for Hajime Asoka Tsunami 16. At lot 986, we have an early example of chronomètre résonance with the pink gold movement from 2005. For me, one of the distinctive aspects of F.P. Journe watches is this beautiful sense of balance, even in seemingly complicated pieces. Symmetry is key, and it is an element of design that you can observe both on the face of the watch and on the movements that you can admire through a sapphire crystal caseback. This particular example of the chronomètre résonance is in a 40 millimeter platinum case. And the piece has a white gold dial with the two off-center dials bolted onto it, silvered guilloche, both connected to their own uh, gear train, two separate movements with two separate gear trains, with two escapements in a single watch, compensating for each other, quote unquote, regulating each other through the phenomenon of resonance. Incredible feat achieved by F.B. Jean in miniaturizing it. Um, First in a 38 millimeter watch to be worn on the wrist, and nowadays in the new 40 millimeter design. The movement has gone through a few generations already, but each is impressive in its own way. This is the RN movement, a second generation, Résonance Nouvelle, the caliber 1499.2. Excellent condition. Phillips testifies, and I think the white dial is a beautiful fit with the platinum case. Maybe not as monochromatic and complementary as the ruthenium dial, but certainly a little more elegant and slightly more elevated, perhaps, with the two separate dials and that are connected to two separate movements. Of course, you can adjust them to different time zones and use them for different functions by the two crowns. This is lot number 986, an early example of the second generation chronomètre à résonance by F.B. Jean. The piece has an estimated value of 76,900 to 115,000 in US dollars. Please hit the like button. It really makes a difference. Gives me just that tiny bit of extra exposure. And that means a lot for a small size channel like this. And I would especially appreciate it if you could share the links, share the content with your friends, with your associates, with fellow watch enthusiasts. You can use the shorts as a quick way of introducing the channel. You can use the 10-15 minute videos that I release on the occasion of special releases and important events. There's an entire archive now of 1 hour long reviews, unboxings with community members. So take your pick, but help me out so we can meaningfully expand this community where we will grow on the basis of knowledge and passion, which are the two fundamental elements of this channel, of course, mixed with time. At 985, we have the Grönefeld 1941 remontoir with a striking salmon dial. The piece is actually an 8-second remontoir. It features a salmon guilloche dial that has been finished in Kari Voutilainen's workshop. Actually, I don't know why I said guilloche, but it's a frosted finish that is very beautiful. Heat blued alpha hands for ours as well. This particular piece is executed in an 18 karat white gold case with a 39.5 millimeter diameter. It comes with its full set of accessories. Here's the movement with its unique and multi-layered finishing. I'm sorry, I need some water. Look at that snailing on the ratchet wheel and the wolf's teeth on the gear, which are, of course, finely hand finished. This Grönefeld 1941 8-second remontoir with a striking salmon dial at lot number 985 has an estimated value of 44,900 to 83,300 in US dollars. Lot 984 is one of the other contemporary and iconic independent makers from Valais de Joux. It's Romain Gauthier, who is Philippe Dufont's protege. It is the Romain Gauthier HMS. Prestige with a partially open work dial, which exposes the balance wheel and the seconds gear for facility in reading the time. And of course, there is a sapphire display case back, which gives you a further glimpse into the movement, which is manual, and it's called caliber 2206 HMS. The piece is encased in grade 5 titanium, which is beautifully finished in this matte look that is matched with a polished and domed, relatively thick bezel. It is preserved in a very good condition and comes with its full set of original accessories. Beautiful contrast between the mattely finished and highly polished aspects of this watch. With a beautiful partially open work dial. Very uniquely black as well, which presents a beautiful contrast with the white metal of the case. This is lot number 984 for the Prestige HMS by Romain Gauthier, reference MON 00011, 43 millimeters of diameter for the titanium case. This piece has an estimated value of 15,400 to 25,600, which is extremely conservative. Expected to go for multiple times that. This was lot 984 for Prestige HMS by Romain Gauthier. At 983, we have a beautiful rectangular Art Deco styled Laurent Ferrier watch that unfortunately didn't survive the cuts as they were reimagining and streamlining their product line. Beautiful hybrid of elliptical and rectangular shapes in stainless steel, 30 by 44 millimeters. This piece is time only with a subsidiary seconds dial at 6 and an elongated Roman numeral at 12. A beautiful aesthetic on this Grenet silver dial that carries elements of Art Deco design. The domed onion crown for a beautiful grip, the assegai styled hands that express the house style. The piece comes with its full set of accessories. And of course, the bridge one has a movement that is styled for that is shaped for the unique case. The caliber LF 10701 features a Swiss lever escapement. It beats at 3 hertz and has a power reserve of 80 hours. The slate gray Grenet dial gives it a very severe but also beautifully monochromatic look, just enough of a sporty, dynamic vibe on what is a classically oriented Art Deco design. This is lot number 983 for the now discontinued Laurent Ferrier Bridge 1 in stainless steel with the silver Grenet dial. Beautiful time-only rectangular watch that is designed along the lines of an Art Deco timepiece. It has an estimated value of 20,500 to 39,700 in US dollars. At lot number 982, we have yet another Laurent Ferrier piece that is now discontinued. In fact, the entire case shape, the École case shape, is also discontinued. It also did not survive the cut or that streamlining. This particular example is also um, presented with a stunning two-tone silver dial. Time-only piece once again. Assegai hands for hour and minutes, and subsidiary seconds dial at 6, which has this crosshair-like design. Beautiful pink gold fixtures on the dial that match the 40 millimeter case. The piece comes with its original set of accessories, and the micro rotor movement is an absolute delight. It is called FBN 22901. It has a natural escapement that is developed along the lines of the invention, but by Abraham Louis Breguet, with the principle of double direct impulse escapement. It features frosted finish on the bridge plates, as you can see, and a micro rotor which has a lovely snailed decoration. A very good level of finishing, as you can probably contemplate, even from the pictures provided with this listing. Once again, the École case is now discontinued. So this is a very unique opportunity and a very rare opportunity to own a Gallet micro rotor in the École case. This is lot number 982. a Laurent Ferrier time only piece in a 40 millimeter pink gold École case, a two-tone silver dial, and a stunning micro rotor movement, mostly fashioned out of yellow gold. The piece is expected to fetch a final amount somewhere between 15,400 to 28,200 in US dollars. I would really appreciate it if you could hit the like button. It helps a great deal. Thank you for your support. If you have any questions about the lots on this auction, any that I skipped or any that I didn't have time to get through yet, please feel free to send in your questions with a super chat indicating the lot number. This is a very underrated piece by Audemars Piguet, long discontinued, of course. The UTM chronograph. This piece was built on the base of the Frédéric Piguet 1185 chronograph movement, self-winding, triple register with dates, running seconds at 12 o'clock, 12-hour counter at 6, and a 30-minute totalizer at 9. The window, the date window is at 3 o'clock, and it has a magnifier on the inside of the crystal. Triple signature by Audemars Piguet at around 12 o'clock. On the bezel, there's an inscription. The initial logo is right next to the date window, and you also have the signature Audemars Piguet automatic tachometer on the perimeter of the dial, and heat blued hands for not only hours and minutes, but also for the centrally deployed seconds hand, as well as all the chronograph registers. This is a 40 millimeter stainless steel case. This particular example comes with a hang tag, documents, the original documents, and the presentation box. Lot number 979 is an Audemars Piguet UTM chronograph in stainless steel from the 1990s, based on the FPG 1185 movement. This particular piece has an estimated value of 6,200 to 10,000 in US dollars. We're looking at, we're previewing the watch auction at Phillips Hong Kong at the end of the month. It is going to take place on May 24th and May 25th. And I focused mostly on neo-vintage and vintage examples, but also went through a lot of independents today. I'll come back with more tomorrow. I have about 20 more minutes perhaps in my presentation. So I'll probably have time for 3 or 4 more watches. If you have any particular demands or any special requests, feel free to send them in with a super chat. If not, I will see you on the next broadcast. For now, let's focus on these pieces. If you're on your way out, hit the like button. It is well appreciated. Lot number 976 is little Langawan with a diameter of 36.1 millimeter in pink gold with a stunning mother of pearl dial and a bezel that is set with pink baguette cut sapphires, an exquisite piece in pink gold, here presented on its certificate of origin, the little Langawan Soirée with the mother of pearl dial and a bezel set with baguette cut pink sapphires. One of the stunning aspects of Lange watches as they age is the patina they take on the movement itself. Those 3/4 plates of German silver, which is a particular alloy of nickel, copper, and zinc, that begins already with a yellowish hue, takes on this champagne-like tint over the years, and becomes yet another way to gauge and enjoy the passage of time as it leaves its marks on your watch. This is a beautiful example of the little Langawan Soirée, a stunningly feminine piece, but you do you, of course. It's 2023 after all. At lot number 976, reference 813031, Little Langawan Soirée in a 36.1 millimeter pink gold case with a mother of pearl dial and a bezel set with baguette cut pink sapphires. The piece is expected to realize a final hammer price of 51,300 to 83,300 in US dollars. We have another gem set, Lange, in lot number 975. This is the perpetual calendar. Reference 820-021E. With a diamond set bezel. The piece has a self-winding movement with that early example of the oversized micro rotor with a rotor weight that has primarily frosted finished 21 karat gold components, but also a platinum supplemental weight, gorgeously finished movement according to the house style of Lange. The piece is executed in yellow gold with this ivory dial, loomed alpha hands Roman numerals on the hour track. Moon phase at 6 o'clock, which is ensconced in the small second subsidiary dial. There is also a 24-hour hand and a leap year indicator. And of course, the oversized date, which you can cycle through with the pusher at 10 o'clock. This is lot number 975, Erlang und Söhne perpetual calendar from 2005 in a 38.5 millimeter yellow gold case. This particular piece is expected to fetch an amount in the range of 39,700 to 60,300 in US dollars. Lot number 973 is a Jarajanta perpetual calendar. He got as close to his Cartier Pasha as he could get away with, as you can see, and complemented it with not only his extremely balanced 4-sub-dial perpetual calendar design, but also the beautifully framed moon phase at 12 o'clock, which has a lapis lazuli background. The leap year is indicated in this unique fashion as well. At 3 o'clock within the subdial for months, pointer date at 6, and day of the week at 9 accordingly, a railroad track for the minutes with these unique hands that are quite reminiscent, but of course, for of the hands, our minute hands for the Nautilus. Beautiful design with screwed through lugs. The piece is from the 1990s and has a 33 millimeter diameter. On its presentation box, it comes with a matching deployant clasp, and you can actually glimpse onto the perpetual calendar movement with that is self-winding with a full rotor through the display case back as well. This is lot number 973, a beautifully styled 33 millimeter classic perpetual calendar in 18 karat yellow gold by Jarajanta under his own name, with a striking mother of pearl dial and a lapis lazuli background for the moon phase. This piece has an estimated value of 15,400 to 30,800 in US dollars. And the last watch that I will present on today is the watch that was in the thumbnail, and that is Recep Recepi's Maître Contemporain 1, one of only one of only 25. This piece is number 20. It arrives here at like in a like new condition with its full set of documents. The piece is in a 38 millimeter pink gold case that is made by Jean-Pierre Agman, who is known to the world of horology for all these legendary cases that he produced for Patek Philippe. He was basically recruited back from the retirement by Recep Recepi for this project. Stunning black grand feu enamel dial, which is a very difficult color to achieve in that particular style. Let's read from the description. You're looking at the hand-wound caliber RR01. This piece won the Man's Watch of the Year at the Grand Prix d'Horlogerie de Genève, GPHG, in the 2018 edition. In 2022, the second iteration of Chronomètre Contemporain won the same award again. So Recepi now has 2 GPHG prizes under his belt, which is very meaningful for such a young watchmaker. Chronomètre Contemporain was the first piece, the first series to carry his proper name on the dial. As you know, Recep Recepi for a long time continued to produce watches under the brand name Acrivia. The piece has an asymmetrical outline that highlights each Roman numeral in an alternating pattern. So very unique hour track when it comes down to it, as you can see here. There's a lot of depth on that grand feu enamel dial that is accentuated with the gilt details on it, which of course match the tones of that beautiful pink gold case. Recessed subsidiary dial at 6 o'clock for the seconds, which is itself surrounded by and framed by a gilded ring. The movement itself is almost sculptural. With 100 hours of power reserve, beautiful stainless steel polished bridge, which, much like Karivutilainen's bridge that handles the balance wheel, has an aesthetics akin to those that set in place tourbillon carriages. In this case, you just have it on that single barrel at the center. 100 hours of power reserve. The piece not only has a hacking second, it also has a zero reset mechanism. So that allows the small seconds hand to pause and revert to zero when the winding crown is not in place. Of course, that is something that is pretty difficult to implement, and allows for more precision setting, living up to this name, contemporary chronometer. The movement is exquisitely finished with deep, refined, and distinctive Côte de Genève on the bridges, elements of black polishing, for example, on the cap of the balance cock. And there's, of course, perlage on the base plate, very beautiful in its details. The curved lugs of this masterpiece by Hagman is quite reminiscent of a lot of classic Patek Philippe cases achieved by Jean-Pierre Hagman as well as Émile Vichet. A stunning piece, aesthetically and technically, one of only 25, number 20 of 25, offered here in like new condition with its original set of accessories, the Recepi Chronomètre Contemporain 1, Man's Watch of the Year in GPHG in 2018, the year of its release. 38 millimeter pink gold case with a beautiful black Canfeu enamel dial. This piece is expected to realize a final hammer price somewhere between 205,000 to 385,000 US dollars. All right. We are slowly coming to the end of my broadcast today. It's been almost 4 hours. Please hit the like button if you haven't already, because that helps me a great deal. I want to thank everyone for their support and presence, especially to your friend Mikey for this generous super chat. I know he has already left, but I really, really appreciate this. As you guys know, this is a completely autonomous and independent channel, which means that I have no support from any of these auction houses that I cover. I'm not in the pocket of any particular brand or maker with the industry. I'm also not fed and directed by gray market profiteers, which means I'm completely in the service of my audience. I'm just here for the passion and knowledge of wristwatches, which is the foundation of this platform that we are building together. So I am reminding you once again that to increase the quality and quantity of content, it also means that I am relying on your contributions. This can be, of course, in the form of super chats. The channel has been now monetized for a while, but you can, of course, also use PayPal or Cash App if you deem it appropriate that way. The information is in the rolling ticker. It is also pinned in the chat right now and included in the video description. If you join me on Patreon, and any of my 6 loyal patrons there can testify to this, you will get daily exclusive contents, which gives you incredible value in terms of directing you to at least three different value propositions. And since I organize this information always around a very specific theme or a genre of a watch or a particular brand, it always ends up being an educational and informative journey, even if you are not particularly interested or not particularly excited about acquiring that particular watch at this point in time. Um, because I do an entire recording where I go through my reasoning for the decision. And finally, that ends up, of course, being very detailed. So feel free to click the link and check out the options. I think the tiers are very clearly laid out. You can also choose to simply make a contribution on an annual on a monthly basis, or also avail yourself of my more customized bespoke consulting services in terms of starting your watch collection from scratch, or in fact reconfiguring it by rethinking the very principles that guide your collecting philosophy. So feel free to get in touch with me. Um, the Patreon membership, the basic membership, the inner circle is a great start to get in basic, one-to-one regular conversation with me, and we can go from there. Thank you for your consideration, and thank you again for your time. Thank you for hitting the like button on your way out. I'll continue covering Phillips Watch's Hong Kong auction that is going to take place on May 25th and May 26th tomorrow. And I will focus more on the modern pieces tomorrow. So tune in to see that. I think I will have a quick surprise short live stream at around noon. So be on the lookout for that as well. I can't wait to see you again, but I need to take a little bit of a rest until then. Um, I wish you a good night or a good morning wherever you are. Take care of yourself, stay healthy, wear your watches and enjoy them. And I will see you in the next one. Until then, I bid you adieu.